So I got this request off of a video on YouTube. Someone was requesting that I do a machine called DarkZero from HackTheBox, but do it using adaptxc2. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. Let me just set up everything here. So this is a Windows machine, obviously, and it's a hard machine, so let's see how this goes. Let me boot up the machine. There we go. So that's starting. In regards with the OSCP style stream, I'm hoping I will have some time on Sunday to pick some boxes, and I'll create a poll on Discord. Let me just share the link. Hopefully the link still works. Yes, it does. Okay. So yeah, I'll create a poll for the machines on Discord, and we can figure out what machines we want to do for the OSCP style stream. Right, we have an IP address, and we also have starting credentials for this box. Right, let me start my notes as well. Since we have starting credentials, I'm assuming we're going to be dealing with an Active Directory. So let me just add the credentials in here if I can copy paste. There we go. So we have the starting credentials. We have a port. Yeah, it's an Active Directory box. We have Kerberos there. We have WinRM, DNS over TCP, SMB, okay. So I'm just gonna wait for the nmap scan to finish as well, but in the meantime we can do nxc SMB. Let's use guest first and see if it's anything available like that. Okay, so we do have darkzero.htb. Generate hosts file loot DC hosts. Is it host file? Or is it over LDAP? Oh, I can never remember where these commands live. No. Okay. So they're not in LDAP. Yeah. They are in SMB. It's host file, not files. It's Friday evening. Excuse me. Right. Loot DC. The only problem is I think I might have other DCs, so I have other DCs around here. I have DCCC, I have DC, and I have DC01, yeah. Okay, you know what, let's comment these out. Let's comment these out as well. There we go. I think I'm gonna need to time sync as well, but let's see, is there a time skew? Yeah, there is a clock skew. Actually, it's only a few minutes. No. NTP date. There we go. So now it should be in sync with the DC. Right, that's done. Now, is the scan done? Oh, we have an MSSQL server. This might come in handy later on. I don't know this port. So we have LDAP secure, WinRM. Okay, well, the scan is done. We have where to start, and we also have credentials to start off with, so we don't need to dig too hard. So my first initial step is probably going to be SMB to check for any shares there. So NXC SMB shares. Well, the user is John V, and we have his password, which needs single quotes because of the exclamation mark. Okay, so we don't have much there. So we don't have much there. At this point, I just want to use a module to spider plus tag O output here equals loot, and that's about it, because I don't necessarily want to download everything. I just want to see any interesting files. Oh, okay, so it's output folder. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. That's other data, not from this machine. Nothing interesting. So at this point, I'm probably gonna run Bloodhound. Let's bring Bloodhound up. Bloodhound C Python. Let's copy the command and we can edit it in here. So we have DarkZero, DC, I'm assuming, if I remember correctly, that's DC01, or yeah, DC01. So we have DC01, DarkZero, not HTB. The IP address is 10.129.20. John W. And that's our password. Hopefully I don't have anything in my Kerberos that would impact this, but we shall see. Okay, so that's all commented out, it's fine. Why is it failing? Do I need to specify uppercase DC? Let me see. There we go. So yeah, it does do that. And we now have Bloodhound data. Come on. Sometimes when I copy my screenshot, it actually copies the previous command, so the screenshot is not saved to clipboard. And we need to clear the data. I need to put in a pull request to this, so you have a CLI command to initialize it with a fresh database. It would be very useful for CTFs, not for live engagements because you don't clear out the data so quickly, but for CTFs would be useful. Come on. I don't remember what data I had in here. Okay, so we have a few users in there. Are you done? Yes, finally. Quick upload. No, we're not doing Overwatch. We're doing DarkZero. Bloodhound, all of them. Upload. Thank you for the follow, Rubeus. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've uploaded all data. Let's search for our user and mark it as owned. No. No, not today. Okay. So we have administrator, anything in the main trusts. Oh, we have 2 domains. Okay, so on today's agenda is actually a box that was requested on one of my videos on YouTube. It's DarkZero from HackTheBox. It's a hard Active Directory Windows box. And it was specifically requested that I do it with Adaptix. So that's what we're doing. And I'm honoring that request because it was the first request of its kind on any of my videos on YouTube. So hey Booney. Happy Friday. It would be a good solution, GPUs, but the problem is, it wouldn't make for a very good stream, would it? Oh, we've basically just started. This is a box where you get credentials, and I've just ran the initial scan and the Bloodhound collector, and that was about it. And I'm starting to look through, and we've discovered that we're actually dealing with a forest. No, because kirbi roastable users. Shortest path from owned. We own John W. Not very helpful. There is a certificate authority as well, so we can look into that. Actually, you know what? Let's run certify. What's the IP of that? Again, 10.129.2.0. Okay, so let's have a look, and then we can go back to Bloodhound. I'm just doing a quick browse. We can also run it with vulnerable to see if certify decides anything to be vulnerable, but in the meantime I just wanted to have the list anyway. We know that there's a MSSQL server as well, so we should be looking at that. Maybe our user John here has access to it, although he's not in any groups that would suggest that. But since we have credentials, we might as well try. Right. Really? No certificate templates? Then what are these? Go home, certify you're drunk. I was trying HTTP. Yeah, so that's our user there. Anyway, nothing interesting in groups and nothing interesting in certify as of now. Well, let's try the credentials. Since we have credentials, NXC, MSSQL. Actually, I do have NXC command here. I can just use that. Okay, so apparently it's connecting. Do we need to pass in Windows auth? Local auth. No. Okay, so it doesn't say that it's not connecting. Let's try with this one, and I want it interactive. And the port is the standard port because we haven't changed it. Ten 12920. What? Okay. So yes, we have connected. So yes, we have a connection there. Now, if I could remember how to, yes, enumerate. Yes. Okay, we need to check if there are no other links, apparently. No. Okay, let's switch back to InPacket. I need to test out how to use that one. But I'm not going to be fumbling about with tools. Okay. New users. I think we can do impersonate as well. Not very useful, this, is it? So there is a linked server. There is a linked server. Why didn't or I didn't see it. No, it was not showing here. Okay. Maybe I was using the wrong version there. Let me check. Because I've used MSSQL owner in the past. Chosen link, DCO1. Help. Get link server list. Yeah, it's not returning. So there might be a problem with that. Okay. So we know oh no, that's a password that you get provided when you start the box. So I haven't brute forced anything. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, but apparently for this one, they've actually set a decent password. Okay, so we're gonna rely on this one for the time being, because seems like the other tool is not doing so well. So we can see that DCO2 is actually on the other domain. Where are my notes for MySQL? Give me a second. I've got too many notes. Okay. How do we execute queries? Actually, can we enable, first of all? No. So I think the path, the way I think it is, we're gonna need to move into the ext domain and then come back to this one, which is fine. So let's see. That means we need to actually execute queries on that machine. That's what I was looking at my notes for. So exec you know what? I'm just gonna copy paste it. It's probably easy if I could copy paste. There we go. And remote login SQL SVC. So it will log in as SQL SVC. Why do I need to? Nope. Let's try DCO2 darkzero.ext. Okay, so that worked. Configuration option. So that worked. Where is my notes? And that worked, which means we need to enable, where's that one? Of course, you can never find your commands when you need them. Okay. Show advanced options. SP configure. SP configure. And it's been reconfigured, which is fine. Which means we can do SP configure. XP CMD shell 1. Okay. And oh, we need reconfigure. I've lost my notes again. There we go. And now in theory, we should be able to use execute, or actually just run a normal query on that server. I just found one of my notes that basically has. I'll post it just so you can see it. Yeah. So one of my notes looks something like. No, that's not it. Like that. So it's running the sp-configure on two different linked servers. So let's say we're on machine app SQL1 that connects to DCO1 that connects to app serve1. And if we execute this query on SQL01, it will actually reconfigure it on app server 01 through two linked servers. Anyway, that's besides the point. That's not what we're doing here. So we could at this point I'm gonna start with aptX. Document C2. There we go. AdaptX 1.2. Listeners, create a new listener. 21. Yeah, port 80. 21. There we go. Generate an agent. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do an exe at the moment. If it gets caught by Defender, then we can go to the Rust loader, but at the moment I'm not sure we need that. Let's test it. If there is Defender running, then by all means we're gonna deal with it. Okay, so we have our agent stored in exploit. Serve 8080. Right, my mind just went blank for a second there. I was looking at my notes. I don't even remember where I got these from, but in any case. So we have XP CMD shell, which we need to execute. And we need PowerShell, taxi, wget, HTTP, 1010, 14, 21, 8080, a.exe, out file, Windows. Who's trying to connect? Okay. Might have something trying to connect from my local. Let's run it on a different port. Tasks a.exe. There we go. So we have command execution. Yeah. I don't know what I have that's trying to connect. Probably Firefox. Do I have? Oh yeah, that's why. I have Firefox set up to go through burp. So that's why it was connecting. Burp normally starts on 8080. And now we can actually start that by using... we can use cmd. Taxi. That should do it. If not, we can use PowerShell start process, but let's see. Oh wait, I won't see that unless it's actually connecting. Okay, let's use PowerShell start process. There we go. And we are SQL SVC. And this one seems to be... Okay, so we are in a group. It was supposed to be hard. But keep in mind, this might be an older machine. I have not looked when it was released or anything of that sort. But we don't have all the privileges, but we are a service user. No. Oh, no, no, no. I'm never gonna say that. I have so much shit to learn, you have no idea. So, we are a network service, but we don't have all privileges here. We might need to use full powers to restore. Let me just write some notes. Is it SVC SQL? Yes. restricted permissions. So, and what do you mean, send PowerShell commands through a backdoor? It depends on how you do it. If the machine that you're trying to inject your commands into connects outbound, then no, you don't necessarily need an open port there. Most networks will allow egress traffic and will filter out ingress. So that's why most times you would use a reverse shell instead of a bind shell. A bind shell would open something like I've done here with Python. It would open port 8090 and expect you to connect to it. But because that's usually blocked, you do it the other way around. You connect from the machine that you're attacking back to your C2 server. That might be filtered as well, don't get me wrong. You get into situations where outbound traffic is filtered, but it's less likely for that to occur, especially on common perts like 443 or 80. Those are in a real world engagements, those ports will probably not be filtered out. Just because most days, most services communicate over 443 these days, even for updates and stuff like that. They don't have dedicated ports, they just use HTTPS. So, full powers, I think I have full powers somewhere. Local scripts. Yep, full powers.exe. If I could remember how to use full powers. Oh, this is we might need to upload this one. I don't think it's a C# binary, unless it exists in sharp collection 47. Where's 47x64? Oh man, I'm blind. No. Okay, so we need to upload that, but since Adaptix is running normally, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. So let's do it this way. Agent, no, browser, file browser. I didn't even look for a flag or anything. What am I doing? Am I even doing a CTF if I'm not looking for flags? Come on. There we go. Actually, let's look. Can we actually get a flag? No. We don't have a flag. Doesn't matter. Yes, exactly. So that's what we've done here. So we generated the agent binary, but the agent binary already has the IP address embedded. So when you start the process here, it knows to connect automatically back to you. And for the listener, I'm actually using port 80, as you can see here. So yeah, that's usually allowed. That's interesting. Let's download that. Wait, where is that? Oh, come on. So let's write that to the notes. Policy backup not if. But I do want to run full powers, so let's upload that file, shall we? Upload full powers.exe. Okay, file uploaded successfully. Console, no, not console. Access, where was it? Remote shell. Come on. I want PowerShell. I think they need to work a bit on this remote shell. It's a bit sluggish, but okay, tasks. Okay, failed to create scheduled task. Let's have a look. That is interesting. So, unless I don't have the same maybe I don't have the same binary. Let's see. No, so I have version 2. Is there a new version? Not really. Okay, so full powers doesn't seem to work. Well, in any case, let's run some enumeration tools, shall we? So, seatbelt. No, that's not there. Local scripts. Sharp collection. 47. 64 seatbelt. Group all. Let's have a look. Well, it's a good place to get web shells from, and it's a good resource, but you do need to read the code to know what you're executing. You don't want to be executing any other code from whatever you find online. That's never a good idea. Well, the good part now is you can actually ask an AI to explain the code for you if you don't understand it. That's a very good use of an LLM. And you can even do that with a local model. You don't necessarily need to use ChatGPT or Claude or anything of that sort. You can definitely do it with a local model. So I have a feeling that our user flag is basically the admin on this DC, on DC02, which is fine, but that means we need to escalate privileges to admin and then try to move to DC01. There's another way to get full privileges, and that's with run as. I know Adaptix has run as commands. Now we might need a password for that, which we don't have for SQL SVC. Well, that's good. I think if you want to do pen testing, red teaming, or anything of that sort, you do need to learn a bit of programming as well. I know, it's it's a weird topic. A lot of people say that you don't. But for me, I know it helps me on my day-to-day job quite a bit. Okay, so let's see if we can actually let's have a look. Are there any tasks that we need to? If not, we can either try run as from adaptx, or we can try to run WinPeas to see if there are any local privilege escalations for this version of Windows, because it's an older one. We have the NTLM v2. I'm not gonna try to crack that. I don't think that's the path. Let me just save it in any case. SQL SVC NTLM v2. Why? There we go. There's our binary. Sorry about that. Oh. So I started my career as a software engineer. Then, after a lot of years of software engineering, I also did a bit of sysadmin, server maintenance, and security for those servers, the hosting servers. And honestly, I got bored of programming. The company that I was with at the time, it was all very repetitive, and I just got bored. And I decided to take OSCP and move into security. I was always fascinated with security, so. But yeah, I did 3 months of hard grinding for OSCP, got my OSCP, and then got my first job as a pen tester after that. Yes, especially if you're just doing. At the time, I was building basically web apps for people, and it was the same thing. You need a web interface, you need a backend service, and it was just. It wasn't challenging. And what I've realized is, don't get me wrong, I still love programming, but what I've realized is, I need a challenge. I'm having the most fun when I can dig into something and I forget to get up, I forget to go to the loo, and I just focus on that until it's done. And that's, for me, that's interesting, and I'm learning something new. Otherwise, I find it a waste of time. Okay, I didn't see anything interesting in seatbelt, so let's try run as. So run as user. Yeah, see, we need a username and a password to be able to use run as. Let's run some previous checks from here. Oh, why did it? Okay. Yeah, Dreamweaver. Do you remember Dreamweaver? That was a long time ago. I remember when the concept of a 9 slice in Photoshop was introduced, and it was mind-blowing. Macromedia, of course. The old one. How old do you think I am? I know, it's showing my age. Yeah, well. Okay. That did not result in anything. Let's run WinPs. Although I bloody hate how WinPs let me see. Can we okay, so no color. And that should, in theory, the no color should make it more readable. Thank you for the follow. The Diamond Soul 74. Right, so let's see if there's any quick wins in terms of privilege escalation here. If not, what we could do let's see, will the hash crack? I doubt it, but let's try nevertheless. What's the hash value for hashcat for NTLM v2? Anyone knows? 5,600. A0 SQL data rocky. Although I doubt that will crack, because as I said, yeah, it finished, not cracked. That's why I hate WinPs over I haven't updated Hashcat in a while, so version or just like V or neither. Yeah, I'm not sure which is the latest version. I just got used to my yeah, like John did. John the Ripper would automatically try to detect the hash, but sometimes it does weird stuff and it will try to crack 5-6 different hash types, and it's just taking forever. So I was saying I hate running WinPs over Adaptix because of this type of output, which makes it well. I'll give it a go. Let's see. Okay, so it's auto detecting. Hey, I got used to specifying the hash type, so... But yeah, it did detect it correctly. Well, good to know. As I said, you live and you learn. Oh, there we go. An elevation of privilege. Elevation of privilege. Elevation of privilege. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I only have one set of kidneys. Okay, so we have a few elevation of privilege which are interesting. 2023, 2024. So let's have a look. Actually, let's see what the CV is all about. And is it affecting Windows Server? Yes, it affecting Windows Server 2022 as well. Our system info. Oh, come on. Two, 3, or 4. What's the minor version for this? I don't think it's gonna be long. Not with how fast. But I don't think necessarily that Quantum is gonna break that. I think AI is gonna find a way. Okay, so this one looks promising, but I'm not sure on the minor version there. Okay, let's have a look. So this is ADF Connect. Yeah. Why do you think we've seen so many Linux basically 0 days and privilege escalation recently? Everyone's using AI now to find vulnerabilities in public yeah, exactly. And all of them are very close related to one another. Oh yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but I haven't had Windows on my machine since they tried to force Copilot on my main machine. I mean, I still have it in VMs, but I don't have it as a main operating system. No, thank you. I can play games, I can do virtualization, I can do everything that I need on Linux. Why would I keep basically spyware? Right, let's see if we can find another one. Another POC, but that seems to be doing what it says from the code. Two years ago, 3 commits. Right, I need my Windows VM. I'll let that boot up. So It's not necessarily just finding that one vulnerability. You also have to take into account how much money did they spend to find that vulnerability. And by that I mean, thank you for the follow, Gromit. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, exactly. So they're good, but that's just what it costs in tokens. How about how much it costs to actually train the model to be able to do that in the first place? And then electricity costs, infrastructure, hardware costs. None of that is included in that. Yeah, I'm all up for getting AI to do that sort of work. On one hand, it's gonna make things more secure for everyone, but don't let it get into the wrong people's hands, because then it can become a problem. CV, this one. Because at the end of the day, we're doing what we're doing to make the internet safer and make companies safer in the process. Now, if you give Mythos to everyone and you start seeing 0 days left and right, that's not going to be a nice place to be. Yeah, we've seen that with Microslop. So let's see what this actually does before we even compile it, at least in general terms. So it's creating 2 pipes, okay. Anti-socket, FD bind, okay. Shut up. Well, they do have to sell it. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I love the way AI is evolving, and I'm using it. I'm using it at work, I'm using it on my personal projects, I use it to help me build exploits and payloads that I'm using. But I see it as an accelerator. You still need that human in the loop to verify the code. You still need to understand what it's doing to be able to deploy that into production. Okay, so it's just get system cmd. No, I did not. Tasks a.exe. So we've modified to, instead of getting us a handler, CMD process is just executing our agent. It does happen. So you're gonna spend a lot of tokens and a lot of computing power, and you're gonna end up with a low vulnerabilities. That's also possible. But at the end of the day, that's the risk that you're taking. Did it actually run or not? Don't think it did. It didn't come up with any output at all. Yeah, it should have at least told us that it created the pipe, but it didn't run at all. Okay. I wonder why though. In any case, we can move onwards. We do have other exploits that we need to check. I'm not gonna spend too much time on that. We have like 5 or 6 elevation of privilege that we need to check. So where are they? Here. So we've tested this one, which resulted in nothing. Now this is from admin to kernel, which is not useful for us. We need from local user. Yeah, careful with the links. Not what I need. Yeah, so this is from admin to kernel. Not what we are looking for. Yeah, if you want to share links, please do that on Discord, not here. So, driver privilege escalation. Oh wow. Right. Next. This is old. Callback hell. This actually sounds familiar. But there's no Win Server 2022. Please excuse me for a second. I need to grab another bottle of I'm back. Right. Let's have a look. Hello. You've joined. I'm good. I just needed something to drink, so we're here. We're looking at a hard machine from HackTheBox. How about you? How's your training going? Well, don't worry about it too much. Nice. 7 streams. Nicely done, and thank you. So, this is DarkZero from HackTheBox. Hard Active Directory. We've managed to get an initial foothold, but it's on an external DC, so it's DC02, and we're trying to use to do privilege escalation from a user that's also a system user. So I'm just trying to figure out the way to do that. I've already tried full powers, but it didn't work on this system. Okay. So, to give you an idea of what happened, we get initial credentials, we got access to MSSQL, we found a linked server, we enabled XP CMD shell, and we executed an adaptix beacon there. And now I'm just trying to escalate privileges from that user. And then probably we'll have to move back to the original DC. But yeah, we got initial credentials anyway. Let's have a look at the proper WinP's output, not just the exploits. Maybe there's something in there. They're provided by HackTheBox. So we have, where is it? John W as initial logon credentials that are provided for the box. Well, that happens. Enjoy. Yeah, keep that in check. Don't hurt yourself with it. It's not worth it, trust me. So stop scrolling then. And I'm saying that like I don't do it. I think everyone does it. I'm just trying to limit my scrolling time. I do that for about half an hour when I have my coffee in the morning, and then no more Instagram, TikTok, or any of that. You can lose a lot of time in there, and most of the time you gain nothing. But as you say, it's brain rot content. Yeah, but you have control over your own actions, don't you? Nobody's forcing you to watch. At that point, you might as well just delete Instagram altogether. And they invest a ton of money in that. And the same goes for websites that do A/B testing, and they invest millions in the color of the button, the placement of the button, the text of the button. They change a color from one shade of green to another shade of green, and they increase conversion by 2%. And stuff like that. Nah, you're good, don't worry. Nightbot didn't seem to have a problem with that. Okay. So apparently we can abuse ESC4 from this user. Nobody's advertising anything, don't worry. Right, so we need to look into that. Hey, don't get me on any other list. I think I'm on a few already. Don't want that to be one of them. Exactly. And I think that's enough. Well, if you're talking about stuff like that, are you surprised? Okay, I know. Oh, they're always watching. Let's see. Great. Do I have... Yeah, certify. Execute assembly. Yes. Certify, let's see. Okay. Why would Flora ban you? I wonder. What did you do? Oh, great. Does this have a vulnerable flag as well? Oh, that's allowed to output. In any case, let's copy that. Today. So cert SQL SVC. Okay, so filter vulnerable is what we need, and filter enabled. So this one says that there are no vulnerable certificates, which means WinPeas is lying. Okay, well, I won't ask then. Yeah, especially I think this might be an older version of WinPeas, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, thank you for the follow, Curtis. Welcome to the stream. Oh wow, we're getting close to 200. So we ran WinPeas, we ran all of that. Nothing is helping us in that regards. Let's see what tickets do we have here. Okay, so we do have a ticket for the current user. That's from an internal IP address, so that means I'm just thinking, how could we get this user's password to be able to run as? Because full powers doesn't work. We haven't found any local privilege exploits that work. Do we have anything for privilege escalation here? Watson? Let's see if Watson can surface anything. And no. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is an old one as well. Yeah, it doesn't cover server 2022. I don't know, let me send you the link. You need to have a VIP account for it. Not sure if you do. It's a VIP machine. Windows local privilege escalation Windows Server 2022. Should we just use an exploit from 4 days ago? Okay, you know what? Let's use this. There should be an exploit for it. From what? Is this it? Yeah. Okay. POC. I'm sure there is a POC somewhere. No. Maybe not. Let's keep digging. Oh. Last Friday, I've managed to somehow tweak my neck, and just yesterday, I've regained some mobility. I had to use one of these torture devices for a few days. It's bloody annoying. Oh, thank you. Oh, this bit. Basically a neck brace. Not fun, I can tell you that. I had a nasty nerve impingement on my neck and couldn't hold my head up straight properly. Not with just bones and muscle. I needed support. I'm getting there. Better. Okay, so we've checked. Let's review what we've done up until now. We've checked seatbelt. We've checked one CVE that we managed to get the POC for local privilege escalation, which didn't work. We've checked WinPs. We know it's a service account. We know it should, if we start a new session, we should be able to get full privileges and then some sort of potato exploit to get system. But because we don't have full privileges just yet, let's see. We need to somehow recover those privileges. So I keep seeing that one, the 2022 one. We can also check to see if there's anything in I don't know. I think there was something. Let's see, 803, do we have that in here? 803, no we don't. Well, maybe because they didn't patch or something. There is another route we could take. We could, to check for vulnerabilities, we could spawn Metasploit shell. As I know, there's MSF exploit suggester. Okay. That's not nice. Run. Seems like Google is not very helpful today, so let's close that one. MSF, Venom, Windows x64, reverse, no, interpreter, reverse TCP. Options. No, tech L options. You can see how much I use MSF these days. I forgot even the syntax for it. There we go. I'll host L port. Okay. Okay. Where is my wget? There we go. I know, it's very unconventional what I'm doing, but don't judge me, it's 12 o'clock. No, I don't want persistence suggestion, I want local exploit suggester. Use 5. Session 1. Run. Here's an interesting idea. Might make a stream out of it. Can we convert this into a buff for Adaptix? Not necessarily to exploit it, like here to use the actual exploit, but to provide the data for us. And we can use this machine as a test. Would that be an interesting development stream? It would be a first for me as well. I've never created a buff for Adaptix, so based on this, the revision number, the other exploit should also have worked. Target appears to be version detected Windows Server, so keep that in mind. Let me add this to the notes as well, because I haven't. Okay, so how about this? Let's do this machine, finish it today, and then on Sunday we can try to write a buff for Adaptix and see if we can get it to run. I can even leverage, I can probably even leverage all the data that exists in MSF because it's running from a Kali machine. But we might want to extract that data. We'll see. So let's pick an exploit and see if it's gonna run. Could not be validated. Let's try this one. Chaos driver, use 8. Let me actually take a screenshot of all of that. No, it won't fix. Because that would be an interesting exercise for me as well. I need to start creating buff files for Cobalt Strike, but unfortunately I cannot really do that on stream. But I can create buff files for Adaptix, and we can then share them on GitHub. So all good. Who knows, maybe we can get it actually implemented in core Adaptix. Options. Why? No. Which one? The KS driver. Tune 0. Set session 1. Run. Okay, so apparently that one doesn't work. Doesn't matter, we have a lot more. Let's try this one. Target is running a Windows version. Options. Set lhost 2.0. Session 1. Run Forest run. Okay. Nothing there. Yeah. I might be able to ask that. I'll see. I'll see what Rastamals has to say about that. I think it's a bit different now because 0 Point was actually they merged with Fortra. Fortra is actually the creator of Cobalt Strike. So that would be amazing if we could stream some of that. Because I haven't. Okay, well, good night and thanks for being here. See you Sunday. Session 1 died. No. It keeps killing the session, so that's probably not gonna work. So that exploit doesn't seem to work. It seems to be killing my interpreter session. There's one more that I want to try. If not, I'm gonna try to find a different. Yeah, it is. It's on Spotify. Let me get the link. Wait. Okay. So that's not gonna work. Any other CVs that we have in here? So we've tested this, we've tested this. We didn't test the cloud files. Did we test? Yes, we test that one. Okay, interpreter doesn't seem to work. So I'm actually gonna remove that from my notes because and I'm gonna exit. So interpreter was a bust in this case. Anyone has any ideas on how to restore privileges on this service? And I get why this is a hard box now. because this is annoying. We know we are a service account from this. Don't worry, we'll find a way. This is part of the pen testing, red teaming, finding the information that you need. As I said, and will always say, you cannot know everything. And anyone who says that they know everything about pen testing and cybersecurity doesn't know what they don't know. So yeah, I want to automate. We have power up. I should have and what was it? Invoke all checks. Yeah, I don't think that helps us in this case. Back to the drawing board. Yeah, I don't think that's the intended path. And to be fair, I don't think the privilege escalation is the intended path. But I really don't feel like dealing with TGT tickets now. I know in theory you could get, what were the steps? You can generate the TGT with Rubeus, download it locally, and you can extract you can get the NTLM hash from that because you have the TGT, and then with that NTLM hash you can force a password change for the user. And I think that's the intended path here. That's why none of the exploits work. But I'm gonna spend a bit more time on this. If that doesn't work, then we can go back and do the TGT. I do. It's just been a very long week, and I was trying to avoid doing Kerberos stuff at the moment. I know there is a privilege restoration with a NuGet packet. No, that's not it. Oh, where are my notes? NtObjectManager. Yep. This is the one that I was thinking about. Okay. Does it tell us? Or do I have to look up in my notes again? I don't want to do, we're not there yet. I can share the link as well, but yeah, this is something that what I was looking at. Another way to restore privileges is with this NtObjectManager, and it's a NuGet packet. So so that's release 2. I think we need an older release. Yeah. Let's see. DarkZero exploit. NtObject functions. So we need this one. No, PSM1. Let's copy this into our exploit folder. Rename it to NTO. Get it here. Get HTTP 1010 14 21 80 90 NTO PSM1 out file NTO PSM1. And where are my notes? We download the package. Copy NtObjectManager. Sorry, I'm just writing some notes. And I also need to find the notes where I've used this in the past. So import module NTO PSM1. So what? Oh great. Bloody hell. Okay, so we need the whole thing. Ten, 14, 21, 80, 90, a zip. Amazing, isn't it? I should have checked if it has any dependencies. Expand archive a.zip. Why is it? Okay, cancel. Cancel. Okay. I cannot create files in here. Did some of my permissions? No. Okay, no worries. Users, SVC, SQL, documents. Okay. Are you gonna work? Okay, so the DLL is not there. Do we need to compile this? Give me a second. Might be using the wrong thing. Where is it? No, that's not it. That's the one, but I need the previous version. Yeah. Manual download. So I've been working with the wrong file. Amazing. Documents, HTB DarkZero, exploit. NTO. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it here. It's basically just a zip file anyway. Then 10, 14, 21, 80, 90, NTO zip. NTO zip. Right. Okay. So now we have our module imported. Let me check my notes. So okay, so we need to create a pipe. If I can copy paste, that would be ideal. So we have a pipe name. We start a job for the pipe to listen on. Okay. And now we do the token. We should get there we go. We have a token. And now we need to create a process. New Win32 process, command line, PowerShell.exe, taxi, start job, Windows tasks, a.exe, token. Let's see if it actually connects back. We could actually just double check if it works properly. And just do taxi /all token. There we go. So hopefully it still has access. It should, because it's the same user. There we go. So let me document this for the notes, but I think I've used this one one time previously, so all nodes driven. And now, who am I? Should give us all privileges. So, it's a named pipe exploit that impersonates the user. Where is it? So we've started a job for the pipe to listen. We've created a named pipe. We've started a job. This one failed because I've done it too fast. Then we write to the pipe. We wait for the job and we just get the token. No, actually, yes. I think I can. No. Not in this command line, I cannot. Sorry. Apparently, Adaptix won't allow me to do that. No. So I can zoom in here, but not on the other side. Not in the shell. I'll post all the commands in the write-up anyway, and I'll try to explain them. But the idea is you just import the module, the NtObjectManager. You create a named pipe. You make the pipe listen. And then basically you get the token. I am fairly certain we can transform this into a C# binary. So I'll add that to my notes to do that, because then we can add it to the sharps collection. Yeah, so I've downloaded from NuGet. It's an official release, basically. Thank you for the follow. You're not ignorant. We've been doing quite a bit in the stream. We are trying to escalate privileges from a system user, from a service user that had its rights stripped to full rights, which we've got here, to be able to escalate to anti-system. Basically, we're hacking into a machine. Don't worry, this is all legal. We're doing it from on a machine from HackTheBox. Not sure if you're familiar with it or not. Okay, it will be in the write-up, and please ping me on Discord and remind me to create a C# binary for this, because it would be useful. So now, since we have all the privileges, we can basically use GodPotato to escalate to system. And I think I have that in here. Yeah. Execute assembly. I don't remember the command line for it. Taxi, no, taxcmd. Windows tasks a.exe, which is our and there we go, we have system. Oh, you're welcome to tag along. I'm here to try to get other users into cybersecurity, so you're at the right spot. Okay, so we are system user. Let's get the root flag. Sorry, the user flag. We're still on DC2, remember. We need to somehow migrate to DC1. Users, administrator. There we go. Where's my... Okay, so we have our user. We can actually do a DCSync as well. DCSync all. Since we're system, we can run a DCSync. And guess what? We have a trust account. Thank you. Let me say something about the money stuff. Never have I ever in my career chased money. I've always chased the high of learning and gaining knowledge and doing something that I'm actually enjoying doing, instead of just looking, oh, I need to make money. Yeah, that's a given. You need to pay your bills. But I've always wanted to do something that I enjoy doing. If I'm hating my job day in and day out, I might as well not do it. So that's how I landed here. But thank you very much. So we now actually have the NTLM hash of SVC account. We have the trust account, which we need to go back into Bloodhound to have a look, but that's gonna help us move into the other DC. I do need to copy these values as text because I will probably need them. New file, DCSync, DCO2. There we go. So going back to Bloodhound, we do know that there is a trust relationship between the two. And we also have an abuse here. Thank you for the follow, Holden Peltz. Welcome to the stream. Let's run a sharp hound from here to collect all the data. Execute assembly, documents, local scripts, sharp collection. Seven, sharp hound. See all. Okay, let's let that one run, and then we can import it back into Bloodhound. Because this one tells me that there's a trust more than what Bloodhound is showing at the moment between the two domains. And we can probably exploit that. If my memory serves me, and please do forgive me, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so I might be mistaken, but the trust account in two domains within a forest will probably share the same hash. But don't quote me on that. I will need to verify that information. So download. Okay, let's have a look. So we have, let's start from the beginning. We have John W, which is owned. We have SQL SVC, which is owned at the moment because we have its NT hash. We also have Yeah. Saved queries. Domain trusts. Foreign members. Inbound trusts. Yeah. Outbound trusts. Okay. So we can mark this domain as owned. Okay. Can we search for DCO2? Yeah, there we go. Add as owned. Pathfinder DCO1. No path found. Is this another new Bloodhound version issue? Normally, when you have this type of relationship between the domains, you also have a bidirectional trust. There is a PowerShell command to check the trust. Let me search my notes. Let's see. Console, this is... this might be from PowerView, and I don't have PowerView. Yeah, we can try NXE, but I'm not sure if that will be visible though. Let's try. Actually, we can use the DC account. NXE LDAP. What was the machine IP? Uh, 10.129.20 TAQ DCO2, because we're using the machine account. DC list. Yeah, it's failing authentication. This is on the other DC, so the authentication with DCO1 will not work, because we cannot access we can only access it with John W, and I'm assuming that will not give us what we need. Where's my creds? Yeah, as I said, bidirectional, and yeah, we cannot access DCO2 from here because it's external, so it's internal to that network. But again, this is something that was more obvious in the previous version of Bloodhound. For some reason, they've changed it and they no longer show the trust there. Let me check trust. Yeah, it is not actually showing me anything in the saved ciphers there, which is annoying. But hey ho, we deal with what we have, right? DarkZero. Yes, well, with the community edition now, you have to use the latest versions. Actually, that's a good point. I think there's update. Let's see. Maybe they fixed something. Come on. See, it already looks different. And it's showing inbound trusts now. This is cool. Okay, well, I'm glad I updated. This is quite cool. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not that rich to pay for enterprise. This I like, the fact that they give you the collectors as well. Why do I still have this data? That should have been wiped. Anywho. So we need DCO2. Let's see if it can find the path now. to DC01. Nope, it cannot find the path. But there is a trusted account there. So we do have that trusted account that we can exploit. AD trust account exploit. Trust type, we know it's bidirectional. We've already checked that. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. I need a bio break. 2 minutes. And we're back. Let me test that theory with the trust account. Where's my DCSync? There. So darkzero, not that one, this one. To see if I'm actually correct or not, because I don't remember. No. Okay, so that's not correct. Good. Pardon me then. Bidirectional trust. Let's have a look at the page. Abusing the trust account, that's what I want. Let's see, get AD trust. Bidirectional, zero trust. Okay, trust type, up level. And we can run that with, no, because we don't actually have a shell on DC1, so we cannot check, but yeah. Yeah, we already have the hash. We can use Rubeus to ask for okay, so we could get this, or so we could do the trust account, but it would give us a low privilege user to enumerate the DC1. Or another method would be to force DC1 to authenticate to DC2 while running Rubeus. Yeah. So I've done the normal OSCP. I didn't have Active Directory in my OSCP. But I've complemented that with CRTO, but that was a few years ago. And that's one of the reasons why I keep doing labs, because if you don't use the skills, you're gonna lose them. And I don't get to do a lot of Active Directory on my day-to-day job. Haha. I think I thought of a way to do this. So we can close downloads. We can close every other console except the DC one, which is this one. It doesn't have monitor. No. Okay, so we need to upload the Rubeus and do it via console. God damn it. Remote shell. Not loaders, sharp collection. Okay. 7 Rubeus. Okay. So, we have Rubeus, we are on desktop. I think I would probably go for AD. Depending on the buffer overflow. If it's the one that I had in my OSCP, then the buffer overflow, because that was easy. That's an easy 25 points right there. Or however much it was. If we're talking about ROP chains and gadgets and stuff like that, then definitely Active Directory. To put it into perspective, I had a lot of AD in my OSCP exam as well. So I think I would say 70% of the machines were AD. What's the command for Rubeus monitor? Okay, so we need to run Rubeus. Actually, it's rb.exe, isn't it? Monitor target user DCO1 interval 5. Okay, and from here tier 3 DCO2 darkzero.ext C drive. We might, no, this is fine because this is on DCO1 and we're forcing DCO1 to authenticate to DCO2. And hopefully we'll get a ticket. And guess who that ticket belongs to? You mean in OSCP? No, it was an AD network with linked servers with everything. So let me note that. No, so the OSCP EP AD is not that complicated. At least not the exam that I had. I'm not gonna go into any more details because I don't want to lose my certification, but it was good. Actually, as I said before, when I did my OSWE, I found that harder than OSEP. And the thing is, for OSWE, you have far fewer machines to do in 48 hours than what you have for OSEP. But it is what it is. No. I had AD boxes in OSEP. Loot. DC ticket. Okay, so we need to convert that ticket. Cat DC ticket base64 tag D output DCO1 kirbi in packet ticket converter DCO1 cache. Okay. Sorry, I'm writing notes at the same time. I know this probably is a bit annoying, but you'll see me do this on the... Yeah, I think OSCP Plus does have AD now. I haven't looked at OSCP in a very long time. And no, I'm not going to be doing OSCP Plus. Okay. Export. Cache name DCO1 ccache. NXC SMB 10.129. Oh. 20 TAQ DC01. That's the machine account. TAC K, TAC no pass. Shares. User session deleted. Do we need to... Did the ticket expire already? I doubt it. Packet secret dump. Actually, no, secret dump. TAC K, because we have the export for that there, and we're in the same folder. That's fine. 10.129 20 DCO1 darkzero.htb. There we go. And we have the administrator hash now. Which means, and let's finish it in adaptive style, NXC. Actually, let me put that into my notes. Where's the export? There we go. So we have the administrator hash, but I'm not gonna use evil winoram. SMB. What I am gonna do is administrator tag h for hash, tag x for command line, PowerShell command line, wget HTTP. I know, it's extra, but 8090 a.exe out file Windows tasks a.exe. There we go. And we can do and there we go. Users, administrator, desktop. No. And we got the root file. The root flag. That was interesting. We spent way too much time on that privilege escalation. Okay. So I'll put the. Yeah, it is. It is. As I said, I've used the NtObjectManager only once before, so quite cool. We got to use it again. So I'll put the write-up up, probably in the next half hour or so. Once I finish creating all the text for it. And then on Sunday, let's try to create a buff for Adaptix that will check for local privilege escalation local privilege escalation on Windows. That would be useful. Okay, well, thanks everyone for being here. Let's see if we can find someone to raid, shall we? Anyone on InfoSec streams? Well, the Shy Hat is streaming, so I shall be dropping you off to him. Have a nice weekend, and thanks again for being here. See you on See you on Sunday.